All right. So, yo, what's up, Lilith? I am back after a long vacation. Yeah, I guess you could call it a vacation. And so I did some more looking around, and also some people mentioned some mods to me that might work with this pretty good. And I was also went back and looked at nothing much, just trying to not do what I need to do with my mod pack. What? Trying to not do what you need to do? Well, if you need to do it, why are you trying not to do it? So oh yeah, understandable. So basically, the gist of it is, right? What was added? Aluminum. I don't have a resource map marker right now. So we've added aluminum and nickel and zinc. So now we have even more. Just need to open the mod pack, have all the mods. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a bit of a pain trying to get it all to work together. I've done a lot more programming than I expected to on this one. Well then, what do you need for script if that'll work? My nose got sunburnt, and that is so annoying, because you can see, like, the skin starting to peel up on the end of your nose all the time. Ew. So have you ever made a mod before? Because I can run you over the basics of how to make a mod pack. Alright, made sure that was on desktop view. So here's the gist of it, right? The only thing needed in here is, like this. So I'll pretend to make a new one for you. Right? So you go like that, bam. And then you do new folder, info, dot, JSON. I think it's JSN, isn't it? JSON. And then, yo, what's up, DD? This is all you need, technically speaking. You don't need anything else. You don't even need changelog. And then what you put in here is you would just do something exactly like this. Right? So you want, these are required. I don't think description's even required. I think, if I remember right, it's only these that are required. And you do it in this exact same format. So you do your curly brackets, name, semicolon, whatever it's going to be, a comma. And then there's a comma after everything. So dependencies, the way they work, because that's what you're trying to do. So you do your dependencies, semicolon, square bracket, and then obviously base. This is going to tell you which, this is going to tell it which version of Factorio, kind of technically. But this is set up in such a way, so if you don't include the third one, it goes anything plus. And if you do like that, with the little greater than or equal to sign, this is saying that greater than or equal to version 1 of Factorial, this is compatible with. And then, just like that, you do your parentheses, whatever the mod name is, and you can find the mod name. So if you don't know exactly what it is, right, because they're not exactly the same as what they, like some of them say, like, I don't know of a good example here. Let's just say Bismuth didn't actually have the name Bismuth. Oh, I know one that's actually not correct. We can look at. So wide chest, right? It's called wide chest in the mod, but if you open up their info, this right here is what you want. So you can just copy this, paste it in. What is wide chest? Title is merging. Yeah, that's right. Okay. I knew there was something goofy with this, which had to go find it. And then just put the name in, comma, the next name. And then if you put a question mark there, that means it's optional, right? So when somebody downloads your mod, any of the question mark ones will not get downloaded. None of these will be downloaded. And then if you put an exclamation point, like that, then if they have this installed, it won't let them run it. If there's like some really, really hard conflicts with your mod pack. That's pretty much the gist of it. This is all you need right there. And then you take this file right here, and you go zip, and then you do Lilith underscore 1.0.0, bam. Then you upload that. Yeah, it's not that bad. Setting it up isn't bad. That's pretty much the gist of it. But yeah, I got all of this so it organizes better. At least better in my opinion. The only thing that's slightly different is graphene and diamond are gonna have to be in the same. Because they're from the same material? Yeah, graphite. I mean, all the rest of it's organized by everything. I should pull the bake light out of there because it's like that one random thing. And coke. And probably diamond. Yeah, we'll pull those out. I'm in. And then I think I'm pretty much done with the organizing for now. Plant Microbiology Day, even though none of the professors, one of the professors literally died yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, everything's a business now. And this. I remember I was working on this. Because all of the rare metals went up there except for two. We're missing filtered dirty water rare metals and just rare metals. So why wouldn't that one work for rare metals? Should have put that in there. Rare metals. Yeah, it's spelled right. That shouldn't be in blacklist. Why didn't that sort that one? Should be rare dash metals, right? If we do that. Save that? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, so what is filtered dirty water called? Metals. Okay, and there should be nothing else that shares that name. Cool. Yeah, so I found these ones, but not the one that only had as its name. Weird. Yeah, and their dirty water filtration name? Oh, that's right. They called it something goofy, didn't they? I think I had found that, but I must not have implemented it. That is Astoria 2 Space Exploration. Where did I even find that? Somewhere. Dirty Water Filtration 3. That's the name. Why is that the name? That's a dumb name. So we'll go like... Maybe I'll look into taking it out then. So if... recipe dot name is equal to then and all right, it adds an end for me, doesn't it? Recipe dot name. And then name is going to be where that. And then that should put that there. Great part about this setup is the more I add to it, the less I have to add to it, generally speaking. So like the new metals that I added, is all I did was put their name in there and then bam, it was already like, I didn't have to do anything with them. So this might actually work as like a really general filter. It did not work. .05, that would be 5%. This should be the right recipe. Um, was rare, right? Yeah. So that never triggered. Is it renamed? None of these triggered. They're calling for it. Unless they're not called dirty water. That one is. That should be inside of that. Speed.name should work. Why didn't that trigger? According to this, that didn't run anyway. So we're looking for... See if it organized them, because it might be organizing them off of, yeah, filtration. I'm guessing they're all called filtration, not actually dirty water. That dirty water one is not being used at all. So this right here is actually unused. else if recipe dot name is equal to, oops. If that does it. Which is should. Nice. So tungsten. Tungsten, tungsten, tungsten. That was called what now? Tungsten carbide. Because hopefully there's not a lot of that. Something I considered too is we can take the filter water recipe for rare metals. We could change the name if we wanted to. That's got to be getting pinged somewhere else. Yo, what's up, Marticus? This would be called tungsten powder. No, this would be called tungsten powder. Why'd you decide to go goofy? Just that one thing. Why is there a duplicate of that? Right, because there is two different versions of that. That's alright. I'm trying to finish up the sorting here, and then I'm going to do some testing with the other stuff, and then get back to the playthrough. Oh, these are wolf rain. Right? Wrong. Yeah, it's got to have a goofy name. Let's go see what the goofy name is. Tungsten powder and coke. Eight and 15, so that's the one. Because it's pulling 8 coke. And 15 powder. Its name is tungsten Casting. Are there any other casting things that are offset? So that's offset like 2 whole rows. No, just that. That's the one, but it's... Why is it put way up there? Something else I wanted to dig into today was adding the 248K research cubes. So I'm sorting that, but not in the right spot for some reason. And it's getting sorted here. Recipe name, subgroup name, group name, and order. And so that should have... Unless there's something else in here that's pulling that. Is 10? Ten is. Ten is pulling it. Because of this. So 10 will have to go first. Anything that can be included in another name, will have to be in the front of the list, because then it'll get sorted first, and then everything else after will get sorted. Is what I'm thinking. Because I should go through the list in order, right? So now the tungsten should get sorted after the tin. Dun, 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 dun. Got myself a nice pot of coffee this morning. And yeah, baby. Look at that. In fact, we probably had a few other things in tin, because we had another thing here. So tin was probably pulling from a few of them. Is that the only platinum we have? Yeah. So we'll just leave platinum and tin, because we have, and that's paluminium. We'll leave that in gold, because also, yeah. We only have one of each, so no point in moving them around. But yeah, that generally sorts pretty much all of the main ores into their respective areas. Except for that, that shouldn't be there. But that's an easy fix. Bam, done. So we're going to put you into a... We're going to move all of this into its own thing. We're going to call you, Order. Oh. Sorter.lua. And then all of these were just debugging stuff. We're going to keep these because we may use them later. Yeah, and if we want to expand on this later, we can. We can also put this in its own mod at some point if I expand on this more. It's like if I do a general sorter for all the things, which I don't think I really need to. Most of the rest of the stuff is pretty well self-sorted. Like all the cables are in the same spot. Odors are in the same spot. Processing chips. Everything that's like is a resource is more or less in the same spot. That's a weird spot to put that. That's alright. Yeah, so maybe at some point I'll just add like a general sorter where it'll do like puts all the beams and all of the low density together. All of the sticks and poles in the same group. That's pretty cool. So that changes color to based on what mods are influencing it. But so that used to be like reddish, and now it's like whitish. I don't know how they did that, but that's pretty cool. Unless they add another one. Nope. That's pretty cool. Yeah, you could sort like all things alloy. Well, that isn't a furnace. Mostly stuff in here I want to be only what goes into like a furnace or a furnace-like machine. All of this stuff would be stuff that comes out of a assembler or something. Then I added this one because this one looks pretty cool. And the gist of it is basically you can make an avatar who has limited functionality. Yeah. Pretty decent sorting. So then the other thing I added is these. Right? So, let's see if we can find some. Right there. So, submerged ores, right? So if your ore is normally going to be spawned in a lake, and the lake would cut it off, instead what it does is it puts it here. Which is cool. And then, you can do like this, right? So you can use these inserters here. You have to make a floating platform to put them on, which is kind of cool. And then these right here is what you use for power, which is also kind of cool, right? A lot of power. And they don't have like really long reach either. So they're still not better than this one. This one has a much, much longer reach. You know, it can go like that, whereas that's like that. That could probably go farther than that, but yeah, I can go somewhere in there, and this can go somewhere like that. Basically, the gist is, right? That's going to make it so you can mine the water ores, but it's not going to be like free. Then there is... So if I remember right, this stuff can be put on water. I think it's only the refined. Yeah, so you have to use refined concrete to go and make platforms out and stuff. But basically, this is like landfill that you can mine, right? Which is kind of cool. Also. And then... I can't remember if there was regular miners there or you had to use water ones. I think you had to use water ones. Yeah, these ones. So these are going to be limited to... They'll never be able to be upgraded to these, right? Because that's your water mining drills. You know what? That's a good question. It deletes them. So you have to mine them with this bad boy. Wait, does it delete them? Yeah, I think it deletes them. Sure looks like it. You could probably, though, actually, if you're really so dedicated, you could go like this. And you can technically mine the ones that are still in the water. I bet that would work. So if you were willing to delete some, you could landfill and put these out. Because these do have better productivity. These do have something. Yeah, so you could take these ones right here. Because this one you can put more productivity in, technically. So you could sacrifice some ores with landfill to mine the stuff out of the water, I would imagine. You know what, let's check that. I want to see if that actually works. Because if it does, I'm going to leave that because that seems like a fair trade, I guess. Oh, that's true. Right. Either way, I feel like it's work that you'd have to do, so I'm alright with people doing that. I think. I don't know. What do you guys think? So yeah, that does work. You could mine your way in. And then, so it also adds these floating belts, right? So you can go... And they cannot be placed on land. Very important. So these are kind of cool. I'm not... Like, considering the speed at which these run, which are yellow, right? They'll never run faster than yellow. I think these would actually be worth leaving in. And this Dredgeworks is actually a really, really new mod. Yeah, yeah, and that's kind of like the idea I had on it too. Is like, oh, that's kind of a cool alternative. And it's not free because you have to do iron plus stone plus zinchron plus sand. So the difference is landfill, which you get from your extra ores, versus dumping some iron, stone. I mean, yeah, it's not free. So, we'll see. I think for now I like it. And then another one that I found that I kind of thought was pretty cool was these bad boys. Can't actually test them in here because I don't have a body. Well, I can if I kill myself, but then I won't have cheat mode anymore. So we'll leave those right there for a second. We look at the other stuff, and then we'll put so yeah, I think that can only take fuel. Yeah. So that was another one I found that I was like, hey, this is kind of cool. I'm going to add this. And then we added, so brass tacks, and if I had a nickel. Did not used to be compatible with 248K, but now they are. So like Invar Valve, that's from brass tacks, or if I had a nickel, one of the two. Brass gear wheel, so on and so forth. So I added those because the mod author updated those to make those compatible. Which is, kind of cool. So now we got that too. That's another mod that I added. And then I added aluminum, which requires foundry as a dependency, but there's an option in there to shut off the foundries, which it appears to have worked. I already added that. I didn't actually test it. So you have foundry as a mod, but you don't have to have the foundries themselves. All of this can still be done through SCK2 248K methods. Like that, for example. And then the other one I added was Bob's Electronics, KRSC, I think it was called, or like KRSC Bob's Electronics. Basically, the gist of it is it takes Bob's Electronics, right, with the whole like making different levels of boards and their base plates and the components, and it integrates it with SE and K2 and stuff. Which it looks like it uses easy ores also. Yeah. That should work, and then these are still here. Yeah, and then it just integrates alongside of everything. And so now this takes basic electronic components, transistors, PVC, solder, green, copper, and circuit board. that's that's awesome. And what does that take? Yeah, so plastic, glass, lithium. And these are, yeah. Mm-hmm. Good stuff. Oh yeah, then we gotta test these out too. But how do you work? I'm gonna put you here because I don't know if you need electricity. You do. about you? What do you do? Not operable. What's a vehicle? You walk up to it, press enter, it looks like. Okay, so you need, an avatar. This is how you make it, from what I can tell. Arm, leg, head, torso, skin. Yeah. And it looks like you don't get this till at least low density. I think that's all we need to use that. And then just so these spiders don't come kill everything. This is the current pack I'm playing, actually. I'm also modifying it as I go. Adjusting and upgrading as needed. So, let's commit sideways. And test out how those work. So the first playthrough I did was about 700 hours. And the current one I'm on is like 3 episodes, so like not even 100. Yeah. I like that they kind of drift too. They don't just drive in a straight line. This is kind of what I was hoping out of these. They're basically... oh, they have water animations? That is super cool. I didn't even notice that before. This is basically the jetpack, except for I think you can still... yeah, you can still run into buildings. So it provides you a method of water crafting around, which is kind of cool. And they're about as fast as a car. Yeah, this is a really cool mod. I really like this one. And this one's not as fast, so this one with the gun is more like tank style. Yeah, it even slows down like a tank. And it does damage like a tank. So that one's more like a tank, this one's more like a car. Yeah. Cool, cool. Cool, cool. So you... but... so this is me as an avatar. These guys are on my body. So you can mine. So it's basically just a normal person, right? But you're an avatar. Do I have energy or anything? Like, if I run far enough out, why? And if I jump back in there, current name, Ohm. Okay, so how do I unavatar? Ah, disconnect. So that's pretty cool. That is basically the way that works. Oh, and he just stands there by it. So can I... Oh, so once you set it up, you just have to have this as your transmitter, basically. So this is your control station. And this is your different control points. You could set up... Ooh, these are handy. You could set up multiple of these on the same planet on different sides of your base. Like, you could set one up over by your wall that keeps getting hit a lot. Just pack him full of weapons and stuff, because it looks like he holds his inventory. That is handy. I kind of wish he would stay in there, though, because that would feel like that would be cooler to me. If I can mine him. Oh, so when you're not in him, he's like a building. Makes sense, I suppose. Or like one of these, a unit. Huh. Alright, so I think that's everything I added. I got these bad boys. Can you? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, so you can't even use them as... You can't, like... You can't use them to walk across water, either. Handy. They are only for transportation purposes, and that's it. We got our seafloor drill, which would be the fastest way to get all this stuff here. But if you wanted to get maximum productivity, let's say, you could do as Wokenil said. You could set it up on, like, the perimeter here, and landfill around it, and mine your way in if you want. Or if you're lazy, like me, which so I'll probably just use these. Those be put... So these cannot be placed on land either. So like for this base, you'd have to go... If you wanted to mine the whole thing, you know, like the land version of that. You'd have to do this. Yeah, it's pretty alright. I think that's everything I added. So the question here is, do we want to set these up? Because right now those are patched out of the game. Because they do not have, where is that at? They do not have a slot in this, and maybe that. And I'm assuming probably not that either. Which we could add them. Because then that would require you to set up these. Otherwise, right now, you can completely, entirely ignore this whole section. As well as all of this fluid. Yeah. I do believe these are also completely ignored. Which we could add these. It kind of looks like these are supposed to be a condensed version of... This wouldn't be a terrible idea, right? Because do we use this data at all? We do use it. So we do use the science to make the data to make the element. Yeah, and then we use the element for... That's it. But it takes 2,480 white data, which takes 100 exotic science packs and 1 deep data. What is black data for? Oh yeah, this is actually going to take... This is actually going to take a shit ton of stuff. To make the intergalactic transceiver. Yeah, so I'll probably leave that. It's still used as a recipe stuff. I don't know if these are supposed to actually be science or not. I can't remember. I know these are supposed to be used as science. Yeah. And that fusion tech, can't remember if we used that. I'm pretty sure we did for something. Yeah, we had to make these, yeah. That's right, we did use this for... Yeah, and it was a crafting stuff, and it went into science. 2 sciences. Yeah, that should work. So the only thing we really don't have a use right now for is this. Potentially. Yeah, so that one's not used. This one is not used, and this one is not used at all, because we're not using the KI tech. So yeah, I think I'll leave that all for now. So now here's the real question, right? How broken is this going to be? Alright, I don't have all the quality of life stuff, so all the blueprint, or all the blueprint sandbox stuff, it's gone. And tech plates. And artillery bombardment remote. Yeah. So. One thing we're not going to have, right, is we are not going to have aluminum naturally spawned in here. Which means that this recipe is probably going to be broken. Oh no, it's not. This is actually... Yeah, this should be good. Because we already are making aluminum from 248k, so that won't even wreck this. Because this is where we were getting our aluminum from earlier anyway. What else is going to break? Recipes are going to change. We're definitely going to have recipes change. Yeah, so this uses aluminum instead of iron. As well as that. This uses aluminum cable instead of copper. Nickel. What are we going to do for nickel? And pretty much all the gears that used to be iron are now brass. This added brass to it, so it used to have just these three, and now it has brass also. That's the same. That is pretty much the same, so pretty much all of the iron needs to be swapped out for brass or aluminum in a lot of things right now. That didn't get changed. Yeah, then this guy is going to be broken. Totally fine. We'll fix that. That guy's still good. This guy has motors now instead. Instead of gears, he has motors. Yeah, so this guy changed too. This guy takes Invar. Whatever you were got deleted. You would been silver blazing alloy. Oh, that's a furnace recipe now. Okay. Gross, I forgot how much concrete is. That's a lot of stuff. And you were something. Right, I don't have any of my quality of life stuff. I'm gonna highlight this belt, but that did not work. Whatever you are is gone. Oh, it's probably that PCB substrate. There was a PCB something that got its recipe deleted. Those stuff. So circuit board replaced it, basically. This is going to be... And then it needs tin and not... Oh, and it needs this fluid instead of solid. And the water. Yeah, and then you need that stuff. Still the same. That is surprisingly not hardly changed at all. I think the only thing that changed was batteries. Glass. Let's see. Yeah, the only thing we're missing is batteries. So this one right here is going to have to get split with batteries. Yeah, so there's going to be some serious reconstruction going on. So I think it's still early enough that it's probably just worth it to rebuild all these instead of restarting. The only difference being is that we'd get nickel. If we restart, we get a nickel patch. And we don't use it for anything critical, because we can make batteries more than one way. Yeah. We will need it for heat shielding eventually. So something else I was thinking too, with all of the extras added, I might have to lower the evolution increase to... Or the evolution increase from killing bases. Because this is already... It's kind of difficult to get to this point without the zinc and aluminum and the nickel. And the bobs. I'm gonna have to lower that even more. And then this is gonna have new ores in it. This is gonna have zinc and nickel and aluminum added in. And these should actually be more balanced now. Oh, I forgot to add that back in. So I added a mod that readjusted all of the outputs on these. Which I could do that, but since there's a mod there already, like, I don't have to. So we really don't need... Well, I'll probably just leave that, you know, actually. probably just leave that. But yeah, this is gonna have to be readjusted. We're at 14 high right now. How many high can we go? I think we can go up to like 24. I remember right? Did any of these break? Okay, you're the same. The guy's about the same. Graphite plate and coke. Yep. So glass now takes alumina. Steel is still the same. Actually using all that? Yeah. This ain't too bad. I'm not gonna save because we haven't done anything yet. So let's make sure this works. Item group assign. I don't think we actually need this one, do we? So prototypes, recipe, sorter. Sorter. Like I grabbed that. That one was actually from SE. I grabbed it as a reference and I was potentially going to use it. But then it turned out it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So I ended up making my own anyway. Yeah, that works. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool. That is good. Good to go. And you are good, so let's give you some description. Sorts. the materials to be more aligned with the SE sorting structure. And basically, as all that means is that it puts cores first, plates or enriched second, and then like ore, raw, so on and so forth, and then plates and everything else next, just based on the name of their thing. Because all of these make plates or some variation thereof, so they all fall into the E department. And then need this for what is that called? Rare metals? Rare metal filtration, because I could also sort them. I might actually like redo this as its own mod at some point, because I could also sort them potentially by outputs, right? So if it outputs some version of rare metal, then you put it in the same area. Because the name does have rare or metal. Which would get rid of this kind of stuff. Like if I sorted it by what its output is. So I might do that at some point. This right here should actually 100% be useless. And that should be good to go. We don't need you, we don't need you. We don't need that, but what we do need is this. So this, I should have already upgraded. Yeah, I already added all the stuff that we added in. What do we have? Hovercrest. Dredge Burks. Nickel. Avatars. And, Bob's Electronics, which is like this thing. Yeah, this should be everything we need. This shouldn't need to be updated. It does have the quality of life thing as a, yeah. But we do need to upgrade is this bad boy. So 1.5. Seven now. I haven't updated this for over a month. What? So. Added. Easy. Aluminum. Aluminum. I think that's how you spell that, right? Added. Crafts. Avatar. Avatars? Spell that. That sounds right. Reg. Bricks. Aluminum. Oh, yeah. Added if I nickel. Added is the boundary. What else did I add? Well, yeah, Lilith was saying teleporters. We probably don't need. We should check that before we do anything too crazy. Because K2 adds the same thing at a roughly the same recipe. So let's check that real quick. I'm letting my coffee get cold. Terrible. Alright, so teleport. Does this one go interplanetary though? I think I really do like the recipe on this one better, because it feels more like it's a late game technology, and this feels like it just kind of fell out of nowhere. Seems a little cheap. So yeah, I think we're gonna remove that. I do agree with Lilith there. So removed teleporters. Ultimate Research Queue could actually be moved into the quality of life one also. Alright, Ultimate Research Queue can just be removed. Removed Ultimate Research. Oh, no. We'll just say moved. I probably moved it over there at some point, and I just never removed it from here. Ultimate search. Go over to Modpack. Added Bob's Electronics. Oh yes, I added expensive fluid plus flow recipes also. Never did check if those are actually working though. So let's check that also. Thank you, man. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Thanks for the prime. I enjoy making it, so the fact that you enjoy it is a double win for me. A double win. So, let's see how much more expensive this is. Really like this song. Okay. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Everybody wins. So this is kind of what I was looking for. These were only used steel before, which is fine, but considering how much fluid they can move, I kind of agree with the guy who made the expensive fluid must flow recipe mod. These need to be more expensive. And the fact that it integrates so well with, like, everything else, brass tacks and whatnot, beautiful. I mean, to be fair, right? Pipes aren't exactly cheap with this combination either, but they are actually, like, they're not bad, you know? It's like a lead and a little bit of bronze. But yeah, I kind of felt like these should be more expensive. Zeeks can move like 72,000 fluid a second. Which is a lot. Yeah, that's the only other thing I could think of that needed to be looked at there. Yep. Dredge works, that's all good. Added aluminum and foundry. Already put those in there, and brass tacks. Yep. And avatars, that should already be in there. Yep. Avatar, it is an A. I thought it was an A. Put an A there the first time, and then I was like, nah, that looks wrong. So I put an I. It was wrong. Alright. So now, to do the stuff that I did personally, like not adding other mods. Added raw material sorting to make all the extra. all the extra is probably the word. Extra ores, metals, materials to make, no, to have, to organize, similar to, let's see, or plates, rich plates, so on and so forth. Did I do anything else on my side? That one we can get rid of. I don't think so. I think that's pretty much it. So I think for the next one, the next update, I will look into adding these. Because really all they need is to be added to the science labs right now. So if we do, we could check that out, right? Yeah, let's give that a quick look. So that would be, what's it called? Fix or something? This one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So this right here, if I remember right, the only thing it did was it removed yeah, remove the KI cubes. But if I'm not mistaken, we can add those to that. To approximately the same point in the text tree and cost. Are they actually though? Or the other option, right? Is we leave it like it is. Right? We let this still remove those and put production science in there. And then instead what we do is we add the cubes as a resource requirement for 2 sciences. So we could add the yellow, the later, I think the yellow or later. We can add the yellow ones to material science pack like 3 or something. And we could add the yellow cubes to production. That way the whole like system still has a use, because right now if you make those, you have to chuck them in the garbage. Right? I don't think any of them have use. Yeah, so we could take this, and we could make it so you have to have one of these to make this. We could add it as a recipe for this. And then the yellow one, that is much later. We'd have to make sure that you can unlock this without using that. Can we unlock that without using that? Because this one is made in here. Yeah. Yeah, so we'd unlock this way before we get to space. And we can make it way before we get to space. So if we take this K2, K12, KI2, whatever it is. I think it's KI2. We take this KI2 tech, and we make it be required in this recipe. Then it still has a use. And then we can do the same thing with this bad boy. What does it take to unlock you? K3, which takes ability production. Yes, yeah, so we can use this on... We can't use it on production, because production is needed to unlock this. We could use red on production and that on production too. That would be more of an energy, wouldn't it? Or a utility? This is a beacon. Right, what else do you do? Yeah, so they're a module effect spreader, so they're more of a utility, so we could put them in the utility science. So we'll go yellow. I mean red. I need notepad. Notepad. Red cube. Ingredient. Ability. Science. And yellow cube for what? Either energy or material. We could add it to either one. Material, what would that be? That'd be more... I would probably say energy. Yeah, we're gonna go with energy. And then yellow is in for energy 1. Construct a new ingredient table without the relevant cube. Rod or matter. Oh, that's wrapped inside something. Like, where's that getting that? So he's saying for each technology in data rod technology, if it's a prod or matter, and that is dictated by production science pact equal to true, or FUKI science equal to true. And if it does that, then he takes the technology and he puts that in where? Tech name, tech ingredients. Where are you getting this? What does unit do? Shoot, what was that called? Factorio API or something? Factorio API. And that was technology, that name, dot unit. Is a which would be this one. There is no unit. Well, that's helpful. shouldn't be in that. Yeah, it should be in prototypes. Man. I don't know what that does. What do you do? Technology.u. Let's see, who would set up one dynamically? Would SE? I think SE might actually. See how they do it dynamically. Actually, it'd probably be called like tech or something. Does that say? Procedural? That's inside of that. And I gotta say, this Arundel guy, he knows his shit. I've learned more from digging through his mod than I have pretty much everything else. But yeah, I was hoping for a little bit simpler of a version of that. Ooh, I know what I'm looking for, actually. I think. I'll save you for now. So I'm looking for... Uh, so unit would be the ingredients. Unit would be how many you need. So unit is how many you need of what and for how long. Right, exactly. So that's what that does. Unit is just, yeah, basically the cost of what it takes for the science itself. And so it goes with a count, ingredient, and a time. And so the other guy was adjusting ingredients. So we would need to go basically do the same thing. We'd need to take and figure out which science pack is utility. This bad boy. We're gonna go here for now. That's what we want. Then we're going to take units, ingredients, and insert KI cube, which is called what? Called this is the actual tech. I don't want that. I want the material. Which should be in fission. Boom, 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 boom. No. Alright, where do you hide that? It's not going to be elements. What is EL recipes? How do you spell that? Was that cube or cube? Like C cube or K cube? Wider F Biratung. What? Definitely a different language. Crystals, crushed. Material. Could be a material. Nope. Robo modules. Jeez, this goes on forever. For some reason, I feel like you spelled it with a K. It would have to be in tech, right? It's got to be used as an ingredient somewhere. probably not called either. It's the worst part. What do you call yourself? Have it anywhere in here? F you. Like, I know he's using that as an organizer, but looks funny. Unless he renamed them, which would explain why it doesn't work with the other ones, but that also, that would have its own problems, I would think. So FI Science and FU Science for KI Sub 4 Tech. AI the underscore. Yeah. So FI and FU is K1 or KI2 and KI3. So these are what we need. These right here. Let's grab those. We need to adjust technology, which this one right here. Oh, final. I suppose I could have just looked at that. So data rod technology, tech name. unit down ingredients, and then we can put in, we can do insert, we can do table.insert, that's right here, on this, and add that to it. And then we have to set it back to it like that. No, we're not doing it on the tech. We're doing it on recipe. Right. That's not going to work. We have to do it on recipe. Which is going to be a lot easier. Oh yes, we need energy 1 also. Where are yours? All right. Data util, we're going to need that. I think it's just SC underscore for the prefix, but we'll check. Data util. Data util. Yeah, that should work. Somewhere around here. Where is my mouse? Right there. In the right mod folder? Local data util is required shared util? Yeah, so that's all the mod prefix is. Okay, so this is going to be utility science pack, and then if he includes, he does not. So that one doesn't need the prefix. Probably. We should be able to go energy science pack 1 with SE dash. That might be SC dash. We'll just add it and see if it's not, we'll take it out. So those are the ones we're going to want to adjust. And balls. I forgot which one of these was the... Which one was the early one and which one was the late one? I think FI is fission, FU is fusion. This would be early. Early? Question. So now that we have all that information, now we can look at. So we want to go. Local util USE science equal to data dot raw dot data dot raw how did I do that before? Did that here. Oh yeah, I made a new one. I didn't actually change it, did I? Is there all new? Oh yeah, that has replace or add ingredient. Forgot about that. And that can be, if we don't include the old, then it will only add. Right. So we have that actually also. Oh, just add. So for each I component in recipe ingredients, that's the index. I would be the index. Component would be what's in that spot. So that's your placing. So if not at all in there, so I think we can just put a blank in there. Or we could just use this. Fluid or item. Yeah, so we could just do that. We could do table.insert. Insert list table would be recipe.ingredients. Position is doesn't take into consideration position. Right, so you don't have to have, if you just do that, then I'll put it at the end of it. Just kind of what it looked like he was doing. So, I'm going to require that part of somewhere. I was going to. Apparently, I haven't used that data util hardly at all. There we go. So we can go. So name of recipe would be sc.utility. Excuse me. Old is. How would you make that blank? Put another comma there. What to add? We want to add fi underscore ki underscore science. One. And if we just do that, That would be a string. That's not an item. String. String. That would be an any, I guess, technically. If we do... nil. And that should be basically the gist of it. If it works. We'll see if it works. And... because we'll find out if it works. I'm not sure if throwing a nil in there is gonna mess with it or not, because like it says it can be blank. It looks like it didn't fail. First try it didn't crash. Let's see if it actually implemented it. So you... did I add that too? I think I added it to this, right? And... energy 1. Hey! That worked. So that means that the... that means that this probably doesn't have prefix on it. God damn. That went way better than expected. But now, right, the idea is... where are you at here? Now there's a use for it. I must be getting better at this, or I must be understanding more of the Factoria Lua. I can promise you, it's not always first try. Oh. What? Alright, so that takes a K12 tech, right? Which we just double checking here to make sure this isn't going to be locking itself out somehow. Which needs to be unlocked by this. Which needs to be unlocked by ground stuff only, correct? Yeah. Yeah. And then... that needs to be unlocked by this. Which needs to be unlocked by... okay. And then the only other thing we need to check is make sure this doesn't... Because to make that, right, we need that, so... Should have it unlockable. We could add it as a prerequisite also. It shouldn't really matter. As long as it's before it in the tech tree, that's all that matters. The yellow is used. It's immediately after these two. So as long as we have these two, this will be unlocked. Which is good. And then that feeds into the energy, which energy requires that we have that. Okay, so there shouldn't be any... Right. Yeah, if it don't work the first time, just keep digging in. Can't get any worse. So that, I mean, just worked. Nice. So we're going to put this in... We're going to put that in there to keep it organized. What? Undo? Wait, what did I just do? Apparently I accidentally deleted that. We can do this, though. Right? Where you saved at? That wasn't the right one. Did I just accidentally delete my sorter? Well, thankfully I still had that open from before. And that could go. Um, I'll tell it 248K. Adjuster. 48K. Yeah, I should keep notes of what I do, but thankfully I have Control Z, one of my favorite functions in the whole world. It was always there. Okay, so now we just got to run this and make sure this all still works, since I kind of bungled it up a little bit there for a second. And if so, then I think we'll package it and put that out, and then that'll be 248K science cubes. I guess kind of technically they're called science cubes. Re-implemented back in, so there is now officially a use behind using 248K KI cores. So the sorting is, yep, okay, sorting is good. Utility. The red one's the first one, yellow one's second, right? Yeah. Okay. Utility, he's happy. Energy, he's happy. Alright. And, added 48K cubes. Beacon cubes, what are they called? Beacon cubes as ingredients for utility science and energy science. Because now they at least have a use, right? Before, you could just completely ignore that entire section of 248K, which is like a pretty substantial part of it. And that's pretty much everything I wanted to fix currently. This update will change a lot of recipes. Is that a good enough warning? Major update. Stuff. We'll just put stuff. I have to fix page. Old dudes fixing. And one more last double check that everything still works before I update it on the mod portal. Ooh, actually. So those stack to 10,000, the cubes do. That's something we can adjust. I don't think so. Not through settings. We'd have to do... 'Where do we set the stack sizes? Do we do it under... Yes. Uh, 248K fixed. Not do So in here, we're going to want to go, does util have a change stack size? I don't think you need it for changing stack size, do you? Yeah, I don't see anything in there. Mostly I just need these names. So we go data dot raw. Would that be an item? Yeah. Data dot item. The name of stack size is equal to 100. Now, I don't know if this will work, because if I remember it, I think on the data stuff, you have to read from it and read back to it. If I remember right. We might have to actually go read it to an item, change the item, and then set the item back as the item. If that makes sense. That probably didn't really make sense, did it? You'll see what I'm talking about. I didn't require that. That needs to be required by data final fixes? Yeah. We'll see. Yeah. That way we don't have to modify it, zip it every time. Really cool thing that somebody showed me one time. I was like, what? Alright. So what is it called? You know what we can use for reference, actually? I just thought of. Factorio stack size mod. It's gotta be one. So far, easy aluminum, hovercraft mod, avatars, dreadworks. If I had a nickel, brass tacks, foundry, Bob Electronics, and expensive fluid must flow. Remove teleporter mod. And move the utility research over to quality of life pack. Sorted all the raw resources so they're more aligned with SE type sorting, where it's like core, ore, enriched, plate, so on and so forth. And added the beacon cubes that you get from 248K to utility science and energy science, so that they have a purpose in the game again. And then right now I'm just finishing up just gonna set these stack sizes to be reasonable. So they're at like 10,000 right now, which is kind of high. Well, I'm just gonna continue it. It's early enough where it doesn't change a lot of recipes for me. I think. I still have to look at it some more to make sure, but I think it should be mostly fine at where it is. Is this specifically for SE? That's not what I'm looking for. So it's saying for each item in pairs, data item. Item.stack size. So that should be all I need. Which means I probably had it right and the name is wrong. Yeah. So we need to figure out what that name is. I thought it was FI. IKI Science. What was the error I got? Attempted index field. So if I do this, this works. It means there's a name problem. If it doesn't work, that means that mod shouldn't work. It's a name problem. Which data.raw.item square bracket name, which this here is FIKI Science. This should work. The only other option being is we'd go for everything in value in data.raw.item do if value.stack name if string.main string.find number pattern as a string and then pattern is string. So find in value.name comma science Then do value stack size equal to because then it just does it for all the science. We don't really care about whether or not, because I think they're all set to 200 anyway, aren't they? We'll have to double check that. Because this way we don't have to specifically have the right name. We can just be like, huh, if you got science in you, it's going to work. Need to get me some more coffee. Oh, I was going to look at that and see. Those are 200 right now. Yeah, these are still 10k. It's a little high. So they are not called science. What are you called? They should be called science because in this one, that is the item name that I'm adding to the ingredient. Why aren't you affected? S-C-I-E-N-C-E. Unless their name got changed somewhere, we could do utility.print. Still dot print, is that what it was called? I didn't add one. Print all items to log. We can do log value name. There we go. That'll print everything that it adjusts to log, anything with science in the name. We actually want to print all. I wanted to see what the stack sizes were before adjusting. Just to make sure that we're staying true to the SE stack size. Yeah, so 200 is what they were before. So we're going to set it to 200. And we actually want this to be there. And then we'll just have to dig through the log. Or whatever. Because if something modifies the name, it's going to be different. You know what I mean? I require that? Prototypes. Item. Okay, fix. Yeah, I did. So let's get rid of... Could have just done find replace and replaced all these, but I'm committed now. Alright, so this didn't fire at all. Why didn't you fire? And that should still be in the data stage, so it should be able to access that. Why didn't that fire? Because basically there should be a giant puking amount of these. For basically every single item in the game currently. Well, not basically, it would be every single item in the game currently. But... no. Why no? How did I do this one? Speed? Should be item dot name, right? That should work. Well, it should be required. Because you shouldn't have to wrap it to function. Technically. Yeah, like that right there. I mean, just to make sure the script is running. Big 248K 6. So that ran, but that did not. Why are you not working? So if we go, let's do this. Recipe. Recipe. Spell. And so when it does that, I think that's when it's puking out all of the information. Or not. There we go. Now it's updating. Local function get names and maybe a 4 does have to be wrapped in a function. An if doesn't have to be, but would a 4 have to be? Getting names. Names. Can't spell. Which table are you inserting into? You're inserting into subgroups. Oh, that was getting all subgroups in the table also. Right. But yeah, you just do 4 recipes in pair data raw recipes. For value in pair data raw items. Oh, thanks for the follow, Larry. So we should get this log here. Or recipe in pair. Data dot recipe. I am completely 100% confused at why this doesn't work. It's got to be something super obvious. Is it maybe not? Should be able to access that in the raw though, in the data stage. This doesn't have data in it, but realistically speaking, if we do this, this should print out, because I've done this before. What? That is literally the same thing as this. Fill. Cut. Print. It doesn't have the function. Oh, right, because we need to add that. Check names. Print all recipes to log. Now this should print. This is printed before. If this don't print, then I have no idea what I broke. Oh. Why do you work? Because of that. Did that break it though? Yeah. So it works through here, but it won't work through the other one. What the darnation? It's exactly the same thing, except for we're looking for if recipe. Unless value is an actual. Well, let's say we call you I. That would be annoying if I just was renaming it over the top of another parameter. And that's why it never worked. Oh, I bet it is. I bet it is. It usually is something stupid like that. Which, if it is, that would totally explain why it didn't work. Because value might already be like a Lua class or table or whatever, something. No. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it wasn't that. So if we go recipe, does it work? Is item the problem here? Because if recipe works, then item might be like items or something. It shouldn't be because the other mods use item. No, that doesn't work either. Why does it work here and not here? What? Like, we can call it here. We can call this here, in here, and it'll work. Alright, let's try this. Function. Data.util. Dot print all items to and then we can do fill dot data underscore util. If that works there, I have no idea. But I need to use the restroom, so I will be back in a jiffy. Alright, let's figure out what is going on here. I said, hey, what is going on? So that is data.raw.item. What if we do if item if string dot find item dot name comma science, then like maybe if there's too many it just won't print them to ROG or something. I have no idea. Still didn't work. Why? Why does recipes work but item doesn't? Data.raw.item compares if it has item name or so it looks like this should work. And that is called from final fixes, so that should be called last, so it should be in there. What mod would change? You know what mod? It's changing the recipe, not the item. Yeah. Yeah, this should work. So if we do 4 or I item and error data dot raw dot item. That's the same thing he's doing. And then we'd say if item dot stack size is greater than 200, then item dot stack size equal to 100. And so this right here should make every single item in the game, if it's greater than 200, set it to 200. Just did item name. Don't think it worked. Did not work. Why is that not working? Oreo. Change item stack size. Oh, settings dot update. Wouldn't they be in the... Wouldn't that be in the data stage? Yeah, that would be in the data stage. Was that last updated? Long time ago. So he's saying that for data in pairs data.raw, for item in There's data. Is not defining as items, not defined as data. Or not like as items. Oh, is it because I have eye pairs in there? Unbelievable. Ah, how did I even put that in there? I get autofills it, don't it? That's it, I'm gonna be disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Oh, oh, there was something in there that still was over the stack size. So that is still over the stack size, but it did change some stuff. Unbelievable. Well, now that we got that working. Why didn't that adjust these? So this should fail. This should be taking everything .raw. Yeah. Unless the... Let's see. Now that that's correct, let's do this. Util dot print all items to log. Print all items to log should be pairs. Alright, cool. So this should print all of the items in the game. It's kind of hoping for more. Items. I mean. 628. Eh. Oh, right. That's right. I have that. That's the only item in the game. So what is this BB? What would that science be called? It's the only recipes in the game with the name science in them? Or items, I mean? Seriously? Alright. Let's just, let's get all of them in there. Hmm. Should be Fuki or Fiki. Unless he named it something else. Alright, so materials are not items. Because to me, this looks like placeable. Items is placeable things. Which is what I expect that to be. What would it be then? Unless they did something goofy inside their mods. Type item. So we should be able to find... Should be able to find this. Here. That would be for the core specifically, right? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there is a lot. So fixed recipe is what they have in there, but what is that output? I found those stupid things before. We don't want to search for that. We want to search for this. So item with the name of that. So that's a type of item. Unless this actually does have to be... I don't see why that would, though. Would you? This item is already the defined table. Yeah, there's no science that's actually a material. Which is completely wrong, because I'm using that material here. Where is that? Where are you found? No. Yeah, so it's... We should have, like, just all kinds of copper items. So is that... Is name the localized name? Need to find the item. will be in all items unless... What would modify the stack size to be? 1,000. Where in the heck is that thing? What would the localized name be? Under here, I suppose? K1, KI2 Tech. So if that's the localized name, then we should just be able to search for KI2. And there's nothing. Yeah, so it should either be called that or that. Why is it not? Because I grabbed all the other ones, but it didn't grab those. Specifically those. And stone's an item, but that's not. So they had to have hit it. How? How would they have done that? Because you can still use it in recipes, right? So it's still registered as an item prototype, but it's not in item. And like, this should fail. What are you? That's a type of item. So that should be callable. Right? Am I going crazy here? And it pulls some of their stuff, right? This is from them. Like, this used to be more, but now it's less. Is there a way to initiate an item without making it without giving it a name? You'd have to give it a name, otherwise we wouldn't be able to use it in recipes. If item stack size is greater than 200, else if item dot if not item dot, maybe that's the default. Then item dot stack size equal to 200. Maybe if it has no stack size, defaults to 10,000? I feel like you'd have to. Well, I guess you might not have to. Oh, frog in here. Oh yeah, that one didn't have a log in it, so if that did anything, we don't know what it did. Um, nope, still didn't find it. How are you able to do this? Because that is for... That is also doing that for these. For these. Yeah, these right here. You'd have to be an item to be able to put it down, right? Which ones did it say it adjusted? Purple data item. So it adjusted these, but not these. Red pack. So red pack would be, let's try to find that. I'm gonna put it under. Okay, that's, yeah, alright. Yeah, cool. Eh, it's all graphics. Exotic. Alright, so exotic stage. Which it doesn't have. Alright, let's look at... Let's look at you. We want to search for, pack. This is in text. We actually want to do recipes or items, elements, subgroups. Okay, that's just for organizing. This one should be the elements, right? Sonic Star Engine. Fusion. So it only recipes and items themselves. Yeah. I want the recipes though, I want the item initialization. Where do you hide that? Electric would be a stage, yeah. Electric, fission, fusion, and exotic. Where do they hide the exotic stuff? BR? That exotic? Ah, he actually set him to 10,000. It's not an item. Unbelievable. I knew it probably wasn't because of, you know. Can't remember if it was tools or tool. Find out real quick here. Cool. Beautiful. That gets rid of all of that alarm. Why are these tools? Can I use them to mine or something? Explain this to me, please. Can I equip them? Durability 1 of 1. But why? I'm sure there's a good reason, but either way, super annoying. So now those stack sizes should be correct. Since we're using them in science, I wanted to adjust the stack sizes because otherwise, you know, like, I mean, um, we should probably make sure they're actually going to craft, because if they're not an item and they're a tool, can they actually craft with them? It's made in the science, isn't it? Space. Space manufactory. So we can't even test that on the ground. We need to test that in space. We need to... We need to get the creative mod to test that. Just to make sure that's actually craftable. I'm sure what the exact is on tools. Nice. Oh, you can just put that right over the land if you are in cheat mode. That is not gentle on the ears. Yeah, and this pack is playable with biters disabled and nubbies. They're just on the rest of it. And if people wanted a no-biter version of this, I could release one too, if it's needed. Because the only difference between this and not having biters would just be removing Rampant. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the only difference between this and no biter version would just be removing Rampant as a requirement. Actually, I could do that on this. I could make Rampant an optional. And then if you have Rampant, then all of the stuff would be affected. And if you don't, then it wouldn't. I could definitely add that. What was I looking for? This. You are supposed to be... And then, just to make sure this is actually going to work. Oh, right. Need fluid. -10. Yeah, I could set it up so that if you don't have Rampant installed, then it'll just work how it does without Rampant. What do you mean I can't put that in space? Hmm. Here's the old fluid. Set up a lot. Why can't you be put in space? What if we do... Is there a barrel for thermal fluid at 10 degrees Celsius? Thermal barrel for 25 degrees. You take. You output 25. So if we go... Let's just say, for example... You would make 10. Then we would need some pipes. You take it. Making 25. So there's a barrel for 25. Cool. Barreling? No. There we go. So that will work, even though these are considered to be tools instead of items. Just wanted to make sure that was going to work. I didn't know if it would or not. And then they should only stack to 200. So now everything should be SE stack sizable. Good. Die! Anyway. So. We are good. Yeah, nice. We're going to leave a little comment here in case anybody ever wants to try to adjust 248K stuff. 248K science cubes are tools, not items. So this is needed for that. Let me get rid of all of that. Sets all items stack sizes to a max of 200. I could. Speaking of, actually reminded me, I need to adjust these. So these grid sizes are a little bit too big, actually. So like this needs to be like 15. This needs to be like 20. Then 25, what should be the max size? That's the only question. We could go, say, 5. 10. I did notice that the other day. I was looking at it and I pulled up one of the strongest ones. And it's 50 by 50, which is literally like the entire screen. I was like, damn, son, that is too much. There, that should be more reasonable. Maximum item size of 25. So the biggest reason I have this mod is to adjust the armor to make it stronger than the thruster suit. That's pretty much the only reason. So like all of this, like even your MK armor 2 is stronger than your thruster as far as like inventory size. And then they also have higher resistances. Can't remember if I adjusted those or if K2 already does that. But I tried to make it so that these have bigger size based on where you are in the tech. So this right here, like this right here, you get way before this. So it's more worth it to wear this if you're not in space. But if you are in space, obviously more worth it to wear like whatever level you'd be at, which is like this one maybe, or this one. That was kind of the idea behind that, was to make the modular armor more land useful and the space more space useful. And yeah, these could actually, companion drones could also be. Rampant, I might have to adjust some things to make it so that's not. A, B, C. Here we go. So we can go. That is what? Companion drones rebalanced? Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to have them, but if you do, then it balanced them. That's right. And then Rampant fixed. Is there anything that depended on Rampant fixed? I don't think so. And I should only be updating the settings in here. I also updated the evolution factor in here. So here we'd have to put if mod if mod then can you do that in control? We can do that in let's see. Tutorial check for other mod. So if we do, looks like we can use script or game. So game.activeMod. So if game.active table dot contains table dot what called if table dot contains does it have fine can't remember what it's called. I have to go find. I did it somewhere already, but I just can't remember what it's called. Where did I do it? One of these or something. Oh, it's a util. Okay. Does that only run? Okay, so I can run anywhere. So if we go if you fill dot table panes and then table with check, so game dot active odds item to check for would be that return. That return. For name, version, and pairs. So it's the first one is the name. Second one is the version. Does that work like that? Where can I find another use of this? You aren't helpful. I'm having the same question this guy's. I want to see this used. Nice. So yeah, it's just if game.activeMods. Right. That's what I was thinking maybe, but we don't need all that. Yeah, so I started out right, and then I made it complicated. Not spell that right. Game.active underscore mods. I did not. So if rampant fixed, huge adjustment. If not, leave it on whatever the settings were. So if we launch, and then we remove rampant fixed and companion drones, we'll see if anything breaks and if everything runs correctly. Yeah. So companion drones. And rampant fixed. Which, if that's also optional, RPG would need to be optional too. RPG could probably be optional anyway. Oh, I should add the shells groups. Because they do the sorting that I don't do. These should be totally regular. Then you start out with the A2 start out. Yeah, that should work. I think the space exploration default biter settings push them way back too anyway. If I can find a way out of here. Now look at them. They're just way too easy. Nah, it's because I have cheats on. I didn't think they'd shoot me with the cheats on. Pretty sure. Maybe I should check that. Because it might be. They could be broken. Let's go see if they come after me if I go out there. I do gotta say, I really like that dredge works. It's a really cool idea. Because it provides a way to get your resources even if the water would normally cut them off, but it ain't free. Hey, there's a spider. Die! Filthy inbreds. Alright, so that all seems to work. Okay, and that still seems to be all good. Help! These should totally be locked though, right? Yeah, it just didn't show it on that screen. I never did look at where the water mining was in the tech tree. I think about it. It's gonna be past refined concrete for sure. But where? What is it called again? Maybe a miner would find it? Hmm. Or? We don't have it. Okay, yeah, we don't have it right away. What would it be called? Um, water? Where are the normal miners at? Miners would be like past here. Why doesn't that pull up in there? What are you called? Alt. Try searching. Ah, here we go. Floor drilled, okay. So it's locked behind green, which isn't crazy. That's alright. I think these are basically the equivalent of level 1, so. And oh, that's gotta be the creative items? That's still the creative mod on. And then, yeah, this will make so companion drones and Rampant are both optional. What was the other one that I said is optional? This one is not required. Okay, yeah, that got rid of it. That was from the creative mod. Alright, so this should be a relatively vanilla-ish start. And if you play with biters off on this map, there is still the recipe to make biomass. Wherever it is. I don't remember what it's called, but it's around here. This one. So you play without biters on at all on nubbies, you can still do that. And that gets you enough to get started. I think I tied that to, yeah, this one. So if you research military science, you can make biomatter without using biomatter if you need to. You just have to go hand collect a bunch of raw fish and pump it full of wood, stone, coke, petroleum, and oxygen. It's not cheap, but since there's no biters, I figured, eh. So, that should be everything we needed to do. Plus more than we had planned to do, by like a lot. So, changed, rampant, yeah, optional, changed, canyon, drones, yeah, optional. What else did I change to be optional? Made something else optional, but I can't remember now. RPG. Yeah, optional. Yep. Uh, used. Armor. Used. Armor? Armor, armor. I never remember. Used armor, grid sizes. X is now 25 and is 5. Right. Right. Um, added script to use any stack sizes over 100 down to changed solution controls control used now installed. We can remove item group assign. Or anything else I did? Yeah, I got that in there. Yeah, so that pretty much covers it. I put that at 25. Yeah. All right. Are you saying that you have an error? It's supposed to be 5. It's saying it has an error. All right. I think that's everything. Oh, I probably still don't have Rampant. That cleared the map. Yeah. Yeah, and that's going to adjust a bunch of these, but that's fine. So for me specifically in this playthrough, I'm going to leave those on, so I want to test with them. Yeah, we'll just turn them all back on. And then I'm going to update this one before I add it again. I wanted to update that too. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. So then we probably also want to update. Now that I think of it. Um, so Rampant's not required, so we'll go. Let's BZ Wars. Rampant. Supported. Alright, then let's grab this bad boy. And what do you call that? Fighting? Military? Armor? Military? Dusted with thing. So should. People figure that out themselves. Very, I wouldn't say hard. Very complex. Very, it's a good word for that. There we go. But now your friend, I don't remember what you said his name was. If he would like to use this, he can. Which, without Rampant fixed, spiders really shouldn't be a challenge, like, hardly at all. Honestly. So if you wanted more of a peaceful playthrough, without Rampant fixed, that's kind of what you get. Especially if you disable biters on Navis, because then by the time you get off Navis, you have weapons that'll just really wipe them out, you know? Burger and fries. Burgers and fries. Two of my favorite things. We can get rid of all of these pages. Slap this bad boy over here. We can do, so I am getting hungry. Mostly because you said burger and fries. No, that's not mostly why, but I'm getting hungry. So I think I'm gonna go make a pizza. I don't know if I have any train worlds that'll keep running if I load them up. Oh, nice, nice. Oh, yeah. I went and watched Burger and Fries. Yeah, I know who that is. What was he playing? Right. Right. Yeah, so Bam. And I fixed a bunch of other things. Actually, I got a lot fixed today. A lot more than I was planning to, which I'm kind of happy about. When I get back, I'm going to edit that quality of life one. There's a few I want to add to it. And then start fixing my base. Yeah, for sure let them know that it's updated not to require Rampant, or companion drones, or RPG. Those are completely optional. Each one of them really just makes it easier, except for Rampant, that makes it harder. But, yeah. BRB, LOL. I am back. So basically, I was gonna add, not that one, this one. And that one. And this one. Ground a connector. Added filter. Helper. We gotta change that to 3. And my mods. Quality of life, downloads, edit release, select file, submit. How long does that take to update? And now we need to edit the stream info. Yeah, sure, man. I know some people wanted it without the rampant, without the companion drones and the RPGs, so now it's optional. Let's see. So this would be episode 4. And oh. I don't know why that's even there. Good. I shouldn't even have that by default. What are we gonna call this for name? Fixing up base. Gusting. Gusting. Base. I don't know. Alright. Steam info has been updated. Good to go there. It was like, what?